Hello, hello, and hello again, my friends. Welcome to another late edition of the Expert Playlist. It's a robust Monday night. Of course, you know how we do here. We're planning on picking up right where we left off in the last episode. The Rush. The brisk and light jog that I feel we're taking to try and finish this game before the Game Awards actually pops off. And we can see just why it was nominated for 8 awards this year. Is not entirely lost on me. We're clipping through at a nice brisk pace. And even in these early stages, you could say that the game really hasn't even kicked off yet because we haven't even seen anything of Alan Wake outside of some cutscenes here and there. We haven't even gotten control of Alan yet. So I'm just going to do what I always do and say what I always say and very lightly suggest that we get back down on this because the game is already atmospheric. It's already extremely surreal. And, what else can be said about the way the visuals and the audio are tying together to make this presentation damn near immaculate? I cannot fathom how Remedy is cooking this game up in the lab, but bless their souls because they're doing God's work out here. We're going to catch up with our main characters right now without much further ado. Alan Wake. Expert Playlist. Ba-bam. It's so funny because I've been playing the original Alan Wake just that, like, in parallel to this, just to kind of rejigger and jog my memory. There's a lot to appreciate about the way Remedy handles their in-game storytelling. You know what I mean? You could almost say that Remedy's been ticking away at this ever since they touched the next generation of consoles. Like, every game they've made after Max Payne has been chipping away at the same little, I guess you could say, surreal television show vibe that I think a lot of the games in the series have gone for since. Do we want to know what's at the end of this thing? I know it's not obvious, but we are currently working with some of the most effective jump scares I've ever endured in a mainstream title. So, you know, I pick my battles and I tread lightly wherever I go.
Please help me. What was that?
I don't know, but I don't like it.
Wait. Did I get turned around? No, this is right. This place is looping. Like a nightmare.
How did you even reach that conclusion? Like, how did you even get there? Oh god, not again. I love that the flashlight beam isn't connected to the left trigger anymore.
Need to find Nightingale.
It still doesn't make wielding the thing anymore, dodge is mapped to the... What's crazy is that I walked into that expecting it to be like bordering land, and no. This is a game that came out in 2023. Why would there be invisible barriers into the grass? Whoa. Somebody pop off a flare over here? What happened? What's this all about? Oh! God. Why do you seem combat ready?
He's here. Nightingale.
The texture of his voice sounds so terrifying. I don't know if yeah, no, the texture of his voice is pretty scary. The original game's sound work didn't sound like this. This is like some creep show, Where's My Cake, Bedelia levels of decrepit voice layering here. Like, that's impressive and scary. The fact that her animations react the way they do means that you never really know whether or not you're going in the right direction, because her just performing complex actions is just the game really just doing business as usual. It doesn't mean you're necessarily traversing to a new area, which, you know, a lot of games tend to save their big budget animations for when you're transitioning. This game was just, she just do it.
Who is that?
That?
It's like they're coming in over a bad signal.
That's Alan Wake, baby. Did we adjust the audio levels from the last stream? I'm not sure. The master volume's at 100. Well, the music volume's at 75, and the sound effects are at 80. So hopefully, dialogue vibration intensity. That's wild. I want dialogue vibration intensity. I want that. I want that feature. Even though the DualSense Edge The DualSense Edge's battery life was not built. The DualSense Edge's battery life wasn't really built for games that rumble every 5 minutes. It's also why I wonder why there seem to be, wow, my levels are high, aren't they? It's why I also wonder why there seems to be like a, I don't know. I think a bit of a disconnect when it comes to what players do and don't want. Like, if most of us, like I don't understand why, if you are, for example, playing Spider-Man 2, good example. You're playing Spider-Man 2 with 3D audio. Why are there sound effects then coming out of the controller? I can't hear them. I'm wearing headphones. Why does my controller have to say Street Fighter 6 every time I start the game? Is it my fault for not using an arcade stick? No, it's Capcom's fault. Why does my controller need to say Street Fighter 6? It doesn't. If my TV is muted, my controller still goes Street Fighter 6! And I'm like, what? Oh shit, yeah, it's the controller again. The fact that your batteries do not recharge makes using the light, I mean, it adds scarcity, and now the flashlight is heavily part of the resource management. I'll say it wasn't a very big part of it before because the batteries were constantly recharging, but now it feels like a genuine chunk of the resource management is going to be devoted to battery life. That just makes me anxious. Thank you for the batteries. Thank you for the first aid. Thank you for the, I don't know what that is, but thank you. What's this? Oh yeah, it's Nightingale's badge. What's in this bag? Can you shine your flashlight on this? Oh no, only when you're okay. I believe they call this a knapsack. That's what they call it. Well, Nightingale, I've rummaged through your rucksack. Now what?
Set to find the light switch. Show me the clicker.
That's a reference to the first game. And I only know this because I'm in a mission right now. I'm in episode 5, my replay through of the remastered in the background. And episode 5 is called The Clicker. Yeah. This is why I was playing through the original. So I would get these references, but... This game builds atmosphere like a fucking wool blanket. And it does it way more effectively than the first one. Like, I can't stress enough how it seems like the forest is undulating and beckoning me to dig deeper into it. And that's something that the first one, as gorgeous as it was, I think the first one was very focused on providing scope to the mountain ranges and the visuals to really immerse you in that idyllic Americana. Whereas this game is not so much focused on immersing you in the Americana as it is making the environment as oppressive and unnatural as humanly possible. Like, look at this. What is this? If not a birth canal to something terrible. Or a train tunnel in New York City. What is happening? What is happening? Okay. I'm not the only person that saw this, right? Like, there was a little bit of train tunnel there, right? Am I bugging? I'm not bugging, right? Was anybody else seeing train tunnel there? No? I'm losing it? No, look! Train tunnel. I'm from New York. You can only see it when I move. It's so asinine. Yeah, bro. This is an actual train tunnel. The dimensions are overlapping.
Nightingale hunted Saga.
He sounds like he's repeating pages of Owaha! Okay.
Nightingale hunted Saga.
He sounds like he's quoting a manuscript.
Run!
Run? Did she say run? Run where? Ah! Wow, wow. Can we wow. Wow. Can we actually stop doing that? Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I forgot to change that. Oh, well. Drum up that excitement. You're here, so it worked. Fucking hell! I mean, this is how you die, right? I'm not even gonna look behind me. I'm just gonna keep doing this. Pretty sure whatever's happening behind me is something I don't want to see. You know? You gotta pick your battles. No, no. Okay. Let's just keep going deeper into the forest. Who's up for going deeper into the Is that a dead end? This is a great plan, by the way. He creeping. Okay. That's clearly a reference to Alan. Nightingale Hunted Saga. And Echoes of the Writer's Dream. My thing is, I thought I was Cooking Boy. You know, like... I mean, it's not like he's getting any easier to see. Good lord. This is not how the story goes. Oh, you don't say. How does the story go, Alan? I guess now is a good time to learn about our inventory and how it works. Like maybe we can start putting health packs in the quick slots. Okay, so we got trauma pads on deck. All right, all right. Minor oversight, but we got this. I should probably heal now. Actually, this is a. Must be the best healing pack ever, I'm telling you. Like, these things have opium in them. Probably should heal again, just for good measure, right? That's how you do it. That's a questionable ass moan. The health packs are not hitting that hard, and if so, please tell me where to get them. Are there morphine in these health packs? She's going like, oh, and I'm like, I've got headphones on, man. I'm hearing like every contour of her voice, and that does not sound like healing. That sounds like healing, all right, but not the kind you think. Jesus. Alan Wake 2 has some wild mechanics, like. Now here's the thing. This game has some pretty aggressive auto aim that's pointing the light at the middle of his chest for me. So see, I'm not sure whether or not I'm actually burning away extra parts of his. What the hell?
Run! Gotta move now.
Okay. Okay. I can hear him speaking in my right ear, so we probably shouldn't. Holy fuck! There he is. Can I just say for the record, that is some weird, scary shit. Oh god. Okay. So, how's your night going? Fought any deranged former FBI special agents lately? Not for nothing, this man is freeballing in the free world right now. His weenus is out. I saw it at the beginning of the game, and I don't think he's found underwear since then, so. He's mumbling about something, but all I know is we finna shoot this man in the dick. Let's go. Let's go. Every moment I play this, I realize why it was nominated for Best Sound Design. The sound of him talking keeps traveling between my left and right ears, and sometimes in the center, and it's a little bit much. It's a little bit much. Like, if I played this with a heart rate monitor on, it would be going ham right now. Also doesn't help that this is possibly the best looking game of 2023. What's he mumbling? Motivate, motivate. What you got for me there? Was that ammunition? If I have 18 shotgun shells, why can't I reload this beast? Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. All right. He's speaking the devil tongue. You hear him? So, what's the over-under on a dick shot? I'm telling you, it's happening. Where is he? There he is. Dick face! Ah! I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. Oh, God. I keep seeing a circle button prompt like the game wants me to burn his eyes out, but it's not happening that way. Maybe there's a button I'm missing. Ooh, did I get him? He was showing a little rib cage there, so. DW Sunshine with the lurk. Hello. Always with the lurk.
Who are you?
Holy crap.
What is this? Who are you?
Hear me.
I'm Saga Anderson, FBI.
Alan's looking kind of,
I can hear you.
Cauldron Lake.
he's looking kind of Jake Gyllenhaal-y.
I'm at Cauldron Lake. Where are you?
He's got the beard and everything. Are you seeing this?
In danger. The dark presence.
Danger. Thanks. Got it. Hey! Are you okay?
No! It's my fault! It got
Alan!
with my face! Scratch!
Sir, calm down. I'm gonna need you to take a breath.
He's changed the story. The dark presence. We must stop it before...
Easy now. First things first. What's your name?
Alan!
It's Alan Wake. I'm a writer. I've been...
Wake? Where did you come from? You've been missing for 13 years.
What? What? Whoa! Whoa! No! 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 No way! How? What the fuck? How? It's been 13 years since the first game? Goated. Goated. I'm locked in. I am locked in. You gotta explain yourself, Remedy. You've gotta explain yourself. And now I feel like I'm missing out because I finished all of Remedy's games except Control. And this game has already made a reference to Control, and I feel like I'm missing something here. I feel like the Remedy cinematic universe needs to be consumed in full. So, I guess that's a long way of me saying that we're probably gonna play Control after this. Wow. This is a copyright claim waiting to happen, but I'm living for it. I wonder if this is the old guards of Asgard. Or the... whatever band that is. There's like members of Remedy. There are members of Remedy who are in an actual band, and they play a lot of the music for Alan Wake.
All of a sudden,
Which
the
is-
radio stopped working,
it's
and
awesome.
then that flooding just disappeared. Crazy forest.
Oh shit, look, it's
This...
Max
who
Lake.
I
It's
think
Sam
it
Payne.
is?
Casey, say hello to Alan Wake.
I mean Alex Casey.
Mr. Wake, this is Special Agent.
Isn't that a
Alan
character from
Casey.
one of your books?
He'll escort you to our car. Casey, I'll meet you there right after I take a look
Isn't
around.
Alex Casey a
If the
character
flooding's
from one
receded,
of
there might be evidence we
Alan's
missed
books?
earlier.
Okay. See you there.
Is Alan gonna say anything about this?
Alex,
Say it, Alan! Say it!
am I...
Say,
Is this the
say it! Talk about how crazy it is that your what character from your book
I got out.
is staring at you.
Yeah, the PI from your books has the same name as me. Great. Moving on. It's a bit of a hike to the wake. Get your bearings. Then we'll head out.
I need another minute. Cauldron Lake. I thought I'd never see
Her healing moans are weird.
Time. But you should know these woods aren't the safest.
Yeah. It's getting dark. You have a flashlight? It's not safe without a light.
No, it's
I
not.
have a light. and a gun.
An astute
You can relax,
observation
Wake.
from an attentive audience.
If
I love
see
you
some
all.
pages of
Thank
writing
you.
Anywhere, you must take them and keep them safe.
I'll
Our
change
lives
it.
could
I'll
depend
change
on
it.
They have vital
Stop
information.
bullying me.
We know about the pages, Wake. We'll keep an eye out for them.
Okay. Okay, just give me a moment. It's okay.
Take your time.
Are you sure this is the same? This is the same microphone. Maybe it's just calibrated slightly better. We've been tweaking stuff behind the scenes, and I'm glad you noticed. All right, all right. That was actually my fault. I keep forgetting that, you know, if Restream added the ability to really mess with the Twitch API outside of changing the title, like if you could change the game name and the opening stream message, that would be a game changer. But, oops. Either way, I appreciate you. That's a good foot to start off on. I'm glad things are sounding crisp. You know, I upped the bass just a little bit in my voice. There's a knob right here. But you just got done talking Elden Ring to somebody. Is that what you're doing with your Monday night? Talking the Soulsborns?
Hey, Logan's birthday is coming.
Year 2.
Should look around.
Year 2 of
With the flooding gone, could be further clues out there.
of asking for Sony
The
to
flooding
put out a
disappeared
60
very
FPS
suddenly.
patch for Bloodborne.
I wonder if there's any connection to the overlap. To Nightingale.
You know what's wild to me? I know I'm going off script a little bit here, but I think it's really cool and interesting that every time you run away, every time you run off the beaten path in this game, or you don't go where the story is telling you to go, you just start fucking around, and she'll talk to herself about how what she's doing isn't really important, but it could be. Like, she has her own inner monologue about you just randomly dicking around, and I gotta say, that's... It gives me a warm, fuzzy feeling when the medium evolves. You know what I mean? It gives me a warm, fuzzy feeling. That, and, I mean, my first Remedy game was Max Payne, literally in 2001. So, to see them go from static comic book panels with members of the dev team acting out all of the characters in Max Payne to this, I shed nerd tears. I'm shedding so many nerd tears right now. It's beautiful. You have a lot of criticisms about Elden Ring. Asking Sony to release. I mean, what about Lies of P? You know, as a huge Soulsborne fan, I haven't heard you say anything about the game that a lot of people are calling Bloodborne's, like, damn near spiritual successor. Like the Bloodborne 2 that we never got. Like, I feel like, especially with the way you talk about Bloodborne, I feel like you'd really, really, really enjoy everything about Lies of P, from the aesthetic to the combat system, yeah, to the difficulty. Even though it has been slightly nerfed since the game came out, it's still a pretty challenging game. Oh, it's on the list? It better be. It better be. I'm up to chapter 7 of Lies of P, and whoa. I just finished fighting the King of Puppets, which is when the game, that's around the point where the game starts throwing 2 stage bosses at you. I like it. I like it a lot. It's on, oh, well, it's expensive. I mean, it's on Game Pass. That's how I played it. I played it on Game Pass. Get yourself a Xbox. Don't engage in the console war. But I feel you, you know. $60 is a lot to spend on a video game. I mean, I can justify spending 60 on it, something like Lies of P or a Bloodborne. You could get dozens, if not hundreds, of hours out of something like that. Like, I think you get more bang for your buck with a game like Lies of P than you would say. Let me just look up the Callisto Protocol. There we go. I just had to look up at my stack of games, just find a game that's instantly should not be $70. Yeah, all right. Get Lies of P on the list. Black Friday's coming up. A lot of games are getting slashed. See if there's a robust sale. We do not condone the actions and statements as stated by the Twitch chat. While punching a toddler, I'm sure, is very fun in concept. We will not do that in practice. Okay, I just want to apologize to everyone in attendance. I know Aradis and I are talking about Bloodborne while I'm dicking around in the woods, but I will have you know, we finding manuscript pages out here, boy. So... Oh, shit. Yeah. Check this out. Let's get it. Let's hit that manuscript page. Wait. Are these from chapter 2? Wait, let's go.
He'd been on the trail of the writer.
Let's see this one.
The writer he despised. Hemingway, Bukowski, Wake. I'll get you. I'll find you. I'll make you pay. You're in over your head. He descended into the tunnels, from the Dark City, into the ocean of darkness. Next stop, Caldera Street Station. Something, a presence, rumbled. Not a train. Shadows shifted on the platform. The writer's cult waited for him there. The cult of the word. Occultists lean close. I carry his words close to my chest now. You're not allowed in the lake until he says otherwise. He'd be caught, murdered. They got him. They didn't get him. He was reborn out of hate. He was there, but he was risen. Sent to find the light switch up from the lake that was not the lake.
How strange. That's wild. The thing about it, to me, it's funny, is I love that it outlines Agent Nightingale's defining trait, which is just mocking Alan by naming him after different literary figures throughout, and specifically novelists. Like, it didn't take me long to realize it in the first game. Like, at one point he calls him Hemingway, he calls him Bukowski, he calls him J.D. Salinger, he calls him Stephen King, Bret Easton Ellis. It's like, dude, are you making fun of Alan Wake, or are you just showing off just how much you've read? Called him Ray Bradbury. Like, come on, man. Chill. All right. Oh my goodness, I can't. Ugh. That's enough of that, Albert Camus. Yeah, stuff it up your ass, August Wilson. Anywho, let's check the overlap. I think that's the other one we found, right? Also, I mean, if you have any catching up that you want to do, feel free to, ask for a manuscript recap. I really don't mind playing these over and over. I love the way the manuscript pages in this game play out. It's so compelling. Like, they're actually written, but when you read them, they're accompanied by these really vivid, scattershot, edited cutscenes that remind me of a Saw movie. That and, any opportunity to see the bird leg cabin is always welcome. I love the way that room is shaped like the inside of an owl's skull. I know that sounds weird, but it's true. Alan Wake's cabin does come off like the inside of a bird's skull, and I think that's on purpose. Like the outside of the cabin looks like a bird with a beak. Okay, we're not looking at that again. As much as I'd love to. Do we have any clues? Oh no. Oh, case closed?
Nightingale goes missing for 13 years, shows up murdered, and then turns into a monster. After I stop Nightingale, a rider who's also been missing for 13 years turns up. What's the connection?
That is insane to me.
What kind of case is this?
I really need to finish the first Alan Wake again. No, seriously. I need to finish the first Alan Wake again. Because it's literally been, well, I don't want to say it, but it's actually been 13 years since I've played Alan Wake. I love that we're experiencing this in real time. You had trouble, but Aratus says in the chat, you had trouble deciphering the elevators? What you mean? I love me some Dead Space. Don't make me play Dead Space on stream. Don't make me do that. Because one, I'll do it. And two, I'll do it. I'm already playing it on Xbox on Impossible. Just because I want the achievements for it. Don't make me do that. It's not too hard. You just gotta think like a space engineer, you know, cut off their limbs. The way you have to think about Dead Space when you play it is definitely different from other survival horror games I've played. It has such a unique rhythm because of the whole strategic dismemberment thing. Its enemies, the threat that they pose to you is very different than that of any other survival horror game. You know, because when you shoot off the head, you know, usually something horrible's coming at you in a horror game. You shoot it in the head, and that's usually how you kill it. Dead Space, you're like systemically taking them apart piece by piece. In a lot of ways, a headshot is the least of your worries, you know. And then on top of that, you can use their limbs against them, use the environment against them, use physics against them, hazards. There's so much going on in Dead Space it's got such an intuitive rock scissor papers flow to its combat that I think it comes off as near invisible. At least I don't know. I really like it. But I've played so much Dead Space that at this point I don't even like think about playing it. I just do the thing. You were on normal at the time. Ooh. The state you should have been on. Nah. I mean, I don't know. I'm not tooting my own horn. I'm a Dead Space veteran, I guess you could say, and I found normal to be really easy. I actually played it on hard the first time through, and that felt about right.
Maybe I should call David, see how Logan's doing.
They're fine, Anderson. What's got you so worried?
Yeah, see, I bet you do.
I've never taken a case this far from them.
Honestly, the way you get Soulsborne games is probably very very akin to the way I understand Dead Space. Like I told you, okay? I told you. We ain't playing out here, okay? Okay? I love this game. It's so good. Anyway. What? Oh, wow. That would have come in handy during the boss fight. As it turns out, you have 335 hours in blood. That's a lot of Bloodborne, my friend. That's a whole lot of Bloodborne. Congratulations. Would you say that's the most you've ever played any one game, or or have you racked up a higher? Have you gone further than that in another game? Okay. Ah!
Even the animals are turning into monsters.
I mean, I'm just saying, you know, I'll get jump scared, but I'll still shoot you in the face. I'm just... We just fighting wolves now. What are they feeding these things? What's in this deer? How many bullets does a dog need to go down? You're saying, I played a lot of Super Mario 64 as a kid. You know what? So did I. And tell me if I'm wrong here. Tell me if I'm wrong here. But I feel like, especially if you're the kind of ooh, Witchfinder Station is that way. If you're the kind of person, you know, you spent a lot of your early gaming years relying on your parents to purchase new games. It made every game you did own its own event, and something that you would undoubtedly play through over and over and over again, to the point where, you know, you just start making up weird shit to do. I wrote something like 13 years ago called Scott Pilgrim and versus the Arbitrary Objective, and it was about that. But that's to say that you know, I think Super Mario 64 was something that was really fun to play over and over. You know, you start trying to beat it. You know, first you try to just finish it in general, and then you try to get all 120 stars, and then you try to do the weird shit, like fly around outside the castle.
This is a good case so far.
As a matter of fact.
Cases aren't good or bad, Anderson. They're just cases.
Okay, sure. But you have to admit, this one is particularly interesting.
She's not wrong. What was I gonna say though? Oh, yeah, let's just say that, you know. Playing Super Mario 64. It's a game with such a specific structure. It has such a specific structure that it just tells you what to do, but leaves the how really open-ended. So, you know, kind of like Grand Theft Auto, you'd have like two people who had completely different ways of getting a star. Like, at least 3 people I know used to race the bomb and bomb on Battlefield in a different way, which I always thought was funny. But you know, that creativity, like that, the way it compels you to be creative with the way you approach it, I think that's something that's good gaming habits to foster, you know? Absolutely. IMO Super Mario Galaxy is leaps and bounds ahead of 64. Wow. That's deep. I think it takes the platforming into a completely new dimension. Like those spherical worlds was not something my brain was ready for. I didn't know that's what I needed in my life until Miyamoto was like, "Nah, this is like you run around in 3D. Now run around in 3D on ball-shaped worlds." And I was like, I've played Ratchet and Clank before, sir. But then he made it really cool. Like he Nintendo'd it. And after you see Mario jump from one planet to the other and fly with all the stars floating around him and that big goofy grin on his face, it's just it's over. It's over for you. You're locked in. You're locked in at that point. The first time he launches from one planet to another and that orchestra kicks in, dun, 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 and you're like, "Ah, fuck." Shit's wild. So they can't see you when you're in the light. Why does Nintendo have to be such a shit company? Nintendo's not a shit company. Nintendo may make decisions in a corporate way that you may not agree with. But I think calling them a shit company is, I don't know, man. I feel like you're reaching a bit there. I feel like you're kind of forgetting that Activision exists. And far more people, far more companies deserving of the most shit company award. Really need a moment here. The moment you attack from inside the light, the moment it stops becoming a safe spot. So I don't want to attack them in the light. Oh no. Oh no, I broke it.
Gaze in the black mirror.
Ow! Ow! Oh my god, he's actually hitting her in the face! I'm learning more and more about these guys the more I fight them. I mean, I think one thing that oh, the light's back on. Yay. One thing I noticed about the combat in Alan Wake 1 is that it felt more like a placeholder than an actual desperate struggle for survival. Like, it was just really funny hitting people with light beams and then shooting them to death. Here, it's not that simple. On a game-making level, Nintendo is airtight, but on a corporate level, yeah, I think that's the biggest problem. Like, Nintendo just has always traditionally made incredible games, especially on the hardware that they've made them on, and that the hardware they make usually has some kind of unique gimmick or feature that pushes the way you play games forward. But you know, then the corporate decisions be like, you know, we'll never know why some of the best and most emergent 3D games we've ever played with a fantastic new input method like an analog stick was then presented to us on a console with cartridges. You know? Or why the same console that runs Super Mario Galaxy, that runs Super Mario Odyssey and has a robust arena shooter in the form of Splatoon 3. Why this console uses friend codes. On a system that's built to only use Wi-Fi. But, you know. They make weird decisions and have weird policies. And their attitude towards the content creation space could be a lot. It could they could be much better at that. I feel like they fumbled the bag more often than not. And the only reason they get away with it really is because, well, they make really good games that no one else is capable of making. Do these guys respawn? I really hope not. I'm not exactly made out of ammo. Damn it! Did you call me a hooker? That's sexist. That's sexist, man. He really called me a hooker. He wouldn't have said that to Alex Casey. Like what? Like really? What would he have done? Would he have stopped and called me a gigolo? Like there's no equivalent. And yeah, I'm starting to think that these guys respawn. So getting stuck in this little grassy area, not a fan. Not a fan. Really, I wonder what Nintendo's got cooking next. Why is this pointing straight down into the ground? What does that mean? Oh, there's an update available for the Stream Deck? Wonderful. They also started Signalis on survival mode. You know, I don't have many regrets. But I do kind of regret not playing through Signalis a few more times while it was still fresh in my mind. I felt a little bit burned by getting the worst ending for basically playing it like a survival horror game. They didn't tell me I needed to be more reckless and burn through all my ammo like a maniac. I got the absolute worst ending because I took the most amount of time while avoiding the most enemies. Yeah, like I solved just about all the puzzles that I could, but I did take a lot of time and I did run away from a lot of enemies. Like I was playing it like a survival horror game. Like when I beat the game and I didn't realize I was at the end of the game, I had like 8 railgun shots, 15 shotgun shells, 30 handgun bullets, 7 what is it, stim packs and 8 bandages. Like, it was wild. Like, I really locked down because I thought I was going to fight something huge and nasty at the end, and that just didn't happen. And then the game ended, and they were like, nah, son, you get to, you think you escaped, but then you malfunctioned and died. So, yeah, it was that ending. It was indeed the ending where your arm gets torn off. Yeah, she thought she was getting out, and then bloop. Dr. Connors. All right, let's check this out. Today's catch, a yellow perch and a mid-sized pike. Ooh, fish. Almost caught a lake trout, but it gave me the slip. Saw an out-of-towner walking around in the woods just before sunrise. Had binoculars or a telescope or something. Taking notes. Didn't notice me. Good. Don't need the attention. Today's catch, just an old rubber boot. Some of the regular creepies roaming around again. Avoided them as usual. No one notices a quiet old fisherman. Not even the fish. I guess. I suppose. I'm gonna leave that alone, I guess. Can this game stop being so gorgeous? See, that's the fake out ending. I know. I mean, I get that now. Seriously, I get that now. But
There's something
at the time,
here.
I'm gonna admit I felt kind of burned.
Or a riddle.
What?
Reminds me of the nursery rhymes I read to Logan when she was little.
You name your daughter Logan. That's not nice. You can. It's an androgynous name, but it's still not nice. 1 bird for light, 2 for darkness, 3 birds for a fight, 4 for a struggle, 5 birds for injury, 6 for misery, 7 for the ending, whatever it may be. What? Heart removed by the cultist. The text on it reads, "The wave crashed on the far side of the mirror." Okay. What a bizarre and weird puzzle. What do you think it means? Let me go to my mental vision board. Oh, no, not your battery. Dude, you gotta plug that thing in. You know what? I commend you. That's dedication to the craft. I appreciate you watching me on your low battery life, dude.
No weirder than anything else going on, I guess.
Yo, have a good night. We're gonna keep this up. And you know what? At your behest. I still gotta finish Lies of P. Before we go down to Bloodborne, maybe we can play that. I can show you some of the stuff that's going on in that game. I found a strange rhyme on a sheet of paper with children's drawings. Yeah, I guess we can put that there.
Doesn't look right.
I wonder what that riddle is even
little
doing out
clothes
here.
bundle.
What?
Perfect weird souvenir for Logan.
That reminds me of the island from the first game. I feel like optically that's the intent. But if I remember, that cabin, didn't it get pulled into the lake at the end of the first game? The entire island, if I remember correctly. Well, either way.
The reality-changing influence of the Dark Place flowed like water flowed, like fear flowed, down the path of least resistance, eroding the weak spots until they cracked. In places where reality was more yielding, where story told and retold, imagination sparked and fear ignited again and again, had softened the walls of reality. Sites of violence and tragedy, where truth was laced with fiction,
This is
where
a
work of
giant
art
soda,
proposed
I
an
swear.
alternative
And it's
narrative,
still not enough.
something people could suspect to be true, something people felt strongly about, something they feared. The stronger the connection between the belief and emotional response, the better. The darker, the better. A ghost of a witch ripping a man's heart from his chest. Two brothers murdering the neighbors and hiding their bodies in a well. A young woman haunting the flooded bunker where she drowned.
This bird is looking at me like that.
Folktales, urban legends connected to a specific place. These were the sites where the overlaps came to be.
Huh. Now that is interesting. Huh. The rider went into the lake, banished the dark presence. Taken still lurked in the woods. The dark place receded. The current pulled back those with darkness inside, into the lake. Nightingale was there, one of them. The dark presence, Jagger, had taken him. The witch had stolen his heart. See? The writer he despised. Hemingway, Bukowski, Wake. Imagine saying all of those writers in the same sentence. So interesting. It's almost like a first-person account of Nightingale being one of the taken. How interesting. Sure. Oh, wait. I guess not. Man, what actual heathen put a lock on the supply box? I really enjoyed Super Mario World, though. Not for nothing. That was definitely a highlight. I was a Genesis kid, but that was definitely in my top 5 whenever I went to someone's house. Play the Super Nintendo. Like, gotta play Super Mario World. Gotta go to those little funny secret levels off the map. I remember I never had it, and then when it came out on Game Boy Advance, when they made the Game Boy Advance version of Super Mario World, ransacked it, destroyed it. That was a good time. That was a good time period when Super Mario World 1 and 2 were re-released on the GBA. And they looked and sounded damn near the same, too. It's a shame that portable gaming is kind of...
A locked box. Is that the
dog
tree symbol on it? Wonder what's inside. I should take a look around for a way to open this thing.
Dog! I'm sorry if that hurt anyone in attendance, but... oh, wow. Does the dog have to still be there, though, while I'm checking the item box? Oh, God, that's so terrible. Wait. I'm trying to understand this riddle, but I don't get it. Okay. Oh, wait. Laurie and Bob. These paths have seen better days. Kev. Nice views you got here. Mr. Lockhart. Might I suggest adding some nice rest stops along the way? So, everybody's a critic, I suppose, but... at a uniformly positive reception, at least we don't have a reputation of being haunted. This could always be... This could always be worse. But, as hopeful as that sounds, what about this thing? Don't chop down trees. Do people really do that? They go camping and they try to chop down trees?
We just got out of the hospital. Now we're heading over.
I was hoping that would be a little bit more helpful. You know, I had the cable running in here and everything. I was totally down, but no. I wonder who lives here. Somebody's little shack. Oops. Wow. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Ooh, how about this? The Cult of the Tree. Hit me, Alan.
Children in Bright Falls all grew up hearing stories about the cult of the tree. Feral maniacs living in the woods. Satanists chanting, "We watch in the night," as they perform blood sacrifices in the forests. Or things not quite human lurking in the dark. There were many versions of the story, but they all shared one important element. Danger in the dark, in the woods. Somewhere among all the urban legends lay a secret truth. The real identity of the cultists prowling in the woods. Real faces hid behind the masks. Real hands held the knives. Real people fulfilling a grim purpose. The forest was not safe. People were right to keep their children away from the trees.
So what you're saying is this place has a reputation for breeding cultists? I was gonna say that looks like a snow owl. That doesn't look like a crow at all.
The Cult of the Tree. What aren't the Bookers telling me?
I found their necklace. The symbol is 2 triangles.
The cult wants their spruce tree back, Tammy.
Finders keepers, Ed. My publisher will want this on the cover.
Tammy found something. A necklace belonging to one of the
And she tried to steal it? Nope. My mama always told me, don't mess with crazy people. Found that to be pretty good advice, actually. You know, the wildest part is I don't even really...
Another one of those rhymes.
I don't even know where I am right now. A mother crow sits in her nest, guarding her babies, doing her best to protect her home from the beast coming to feast. But only a hero brave of heart can keep the two apart. Nest, best, feast, beast, heart apart. The rhyme scheme kind of checks out, but there's way too many syllables. There's no rhythm here. So, what am I doing here? That's a heart. Oh, somebody please just tell me what's going on here. Come on. I think now that we have a permanent save point, we can just keep moving. So I got this one out here. Guys, I lost Alex and Alan a long time ago. I don't even know what they could, should, or would be right now. Like, I hope they found their way back to the car while I get lost in this open world forest of jump scare induced death. I would love to see the boundary break on this game.
Another Alex Casey lunchbox?
Love to see the boundary break on this one. This game has so many unnecessary details. Uh-huh. That's interesting. Rook Fred. Alright, we're gonna let this guy know that we are not playing with him today. Okay.
That's the best. All around you. From the depths.
Actually hideous. No. Okay, I'm actually so lost. It may be fun. It may be funny to think about, but I'm probably so off of the path right now. I'm gonna go back up this way, see what I can find. Oh shit.
It was already too late.
A bunch of Easter eggs. Okay. Kinda back where I started. But it's okay. I think I'm just gonna use the map for once, and what does that say? Funny thing is, unfortunately, I hear that, nice little bit of trivia, the PlayStation Portal is out this week, which is Sony's attempt to make the PlayStation playing experience more like that of a Wii U. But with any luck, be more technologically advanced, since the Wi-Fi standard for streaming was lower back when remote play items like the Vita were out, to some lesser degree the PSP and etc. I mean, and we've been able to play Xbox games on our cell phones just due to the cloud streaming service. So in respect to that, it's a crazy fucking noise to make. Oh wow, I feel incredibly silly now. The first tree says 6 plus 2. The second tree says 3 plus 3. Armature penguin? What does that mean? What is an armature penguin? Is that a cousin of mine? Is that someone we haven't yet discovered in the lore? Oh, damn it. Armchair Icebird. That just sounds like the name of an awesome band that I need to start someday. The Armchair Icebirds. From Alaska to British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, and all the way down to California, the Pacific Northwest area spans over a diverse range. Here you will find 59 threatened or endangered species of plants and animals, including the mighty orca and wild gray wolf. The Pacific Northwest region's ecosystems are wonderfully diverse. They include mountain areas like the Cascades and Olympic Ranges, as well as the dense forests around them. In the west, there are several islands and dry desert plateaus that cover the east. This is so informative. I'm learning so much. Some of the common wildlife calling the Pacific Northwest their home are robins and seagulls, squirrels and otters, cougars and deers, coyotes and raccoons, salmon and blue herons. That's a dope-ass bird, by the way. The marshes and ponds of this area host an impressive variety of fauna, but big majestic trees like the black cottonwood, big leaf maple, and Oregon ash, not correcting that, thrive in the wetlands too. It is truly the nature lover's paradise. I like armature penguin. Armature sounds like equipment, like weaponry. Like if I were a weaponsmith, that would totally be my name. Yeah, I'm not gonna hold you, man. We keep getting into trouble out here, but I don't know whether I should run back or not. I really feel like I hit a wall. Oh, wait a sec. Wait a tick. Did I find the thing? Hopefully I'm out of here. Well, I mean, not that I'm itching to get out, but a little bit of clarity would be nice while I stumble around this place. Actual dump. Check the manuscript. How am I? I'm okay. This game is fantastic. And it's keeping me alive. It's also Black Friday week. A lot of good sales should be going down. I'm hoping to cop a soundbar. A nice backpack and or jacket. And potentially something electronic should be picked up on Black Friday. At least I'm hoping anyway. I'm living in anticipation of Black Friday right now because it means I'll get something that I've really, really needed. And the sale is just out of reach. But really, that's probably at the top of my list. Everything else is merely okay. And may or may not be, stream appropriate.
There's a rhyme over here.
This is not helping. The hero, brave and strong, left home to right a wrong. From the woods came the wolf, so greedy and hungry that he ate what in. We lost the rhyme scheme. That he ate what he found in the house without a host. The hero returned to find she'd lost the thing she loved most. No. No, thank you. I don't like it. The only thing that seems to work there are these little wooden dolls. And I only have one wooden doll, and that's the little crow thing. Special website discounts, he says. Special website discounts? Well, everybody. Well, there was one really good site in the UK. I have a tab open on my phone that had a pretty good Nintendo Switch bundle that I was considering eyeballing. Like $400 for a Switch OLED, copy of Mario Kart 8 and Super Mario Wonder included, which not bad. Mario Kart 8, I would be happy to. I think I own that physically. That'd be fine to have digitally. And of course, Mario Wonder is why I'm really all in. I mean, I know Tears of the Kingdom exists, but nothing tickles the soul like a good platformer. I love great platformers. And Super Mario Wonder has that Sonic Mania energy about it. Oh yeah, no. Whose cabin is this, and why is their computer firmly entrenched in Windows 95? When is the last time you updated your computer? You ever go to somebody's house and they have a PC or some kind of nice looking computer, and then when you turn it on, the desktop looks like ass. Their icons are disorganized. It hasn't been updated in like 2 months, and there's just little notification tabs all over the place. That's what touching this computer was like just now for me. Look at this. Tell me that's not actually Windows 95. Say it's not. Lie to yourself and to me. Say that's not Windows 95. Just throws the entire vibe of the place off. Okay. So, if me mentioning it earlier didn't make it 1,000% obvious. Here we are with actual verbatim confirmation that all of Remedy's games take place in the same universe. Literally, the Federal Bureau of Control is investigating Cauldron Lake in the Alan Wake universe. Research into the reality-altering effects discovered in the Cauldron Lake area utilizing fiction and art as a source, and then manifesting the results into existence. It's a pretty good description of the first Alan Wake. The FBC's intent in this research project is to experiment with nursery rhymes, hereinafter referred to as fiction, in an attempt to recreate the conditions under which the writing would become reality. The hypothesis is that there are two ways in which fiction affects reality. Either by reflecting events that have come to pass but that are not yet known to their later creator, whose act of creation therefore becomes the catalyst for those past events after which they serve as the source of their own inspiration, or by the fiction itself being the initiating force in its present timeline, using the creator as a conduit. What? Is my eye twitching? I need to read that sentence again. Hold on. I need to read that paragraph again. Wait. The hypothesis is that there are two ways in which fiction affects reality. Either by reflecting events that have come to pass but that are not yet known to their later creator, whose act of creation therefore becomes the catalyst for these past events after which they serve as the source of their own inspiration. That's insane. I need to untangle the spaghetti of what this thing is saying. So, fiction affects reality in the by the dark presence in Cauldron Lake by reflecting events that have already happened, that are imperceptible to the person themselves. So events that have not even happened yet, that the person can't even see, but these same things are realities that are later on put forth by the creator. So these people are creating things, these people are seeing things. Okay. So these people are not seeing things that they can't comprehend while being influenced to create the very things they can't see by willing them into existence. My head hurts. So the town wants to manifest weird shit. So the town manifests weird shit and then plants the weird shit in the heads of people that can then make it become reality. So that's why it needs creative people. The first subject for Dr. Hartman in Alan Wake 1 was Thomas Zane. He was Hartman. He was Dr. Hartman's star patient. So Alex Zane was a poet who would write things and will them into existence. And then when the Dark Presence was done with Zane, Zane left himself a back door, basically, in the Dark Presence in a way to escape its influence after he wrote what it wanted. Then it got a hold of Alan and tricked Alan into writing a fictional reality that nevertheless manifested itself as some sort of surreal nightmare in the first game. Like, I'm convinced that the entire first Alan Wake is a surreal nightmare that Alan is living through, but he has no idea he's also actively writing and creating it as he lives through it. There are little televisions all over the game in the original Alan Wake where when you turn the TV on, you can see the actual Alan Wake pacing back and forth, losing his mind, trying to write this manuscript that you're watching play out before you. So, In the experiment, we will create nursery rhyme text with a specific function, and then use the depicted dolls and symbols needed via a careful testing process with the purpose of the story told in the fiction manifesting itself in real life. A variety of combinations, including the dolls, symbols, and rhymes, will be tested in order to collect large amounts of data. That's nutty. This town is just a catalyst for madness. So if you unleashed a schizophrenic crazy person into Bright Falls, wouldn't that mean that they would just start manifesting all sorts of schizophrenic crazy shit? Essentially, Bright Falls is like Silent Hill on crack. Like Silent Hill manifests your demons. Bright Fall manifests your angels and turns them into demons. Like, it shouldn't be taking your babies and turning them into monsters. Have fun, he said. Have fun, he said. Oh, I found the wolf doll. Yay. So now we have the wolf and the crow doll. Uh-oh. More Federal Bureau of Control stuff. Yes, indeed, my friend. You didn't even tell me how these days off have been treating you, man. You seem rejuvenated. But I can only read so much out of the text. You could have told me what you've been up to these past few days. I know you're not happy you're out in the store. It's been Thanksgiving every day since Friday. Just a non-stop Thanksgiving marathon. Okay, so there's 2 test sites in the Witchfinder Station, 1 stream side and 1 in the Cauldron Lake rental cabin. I only have 2 animal-themed dolls, so... Oh, there's the hero doll. Alright. Let's try this again. I think the best and the worst part about this is that as long as I've been playing, and we've been at this for a little while now. I really don't know what I'm doing.
I feel bad for these guys.
I'm gonna ignore that animal noise I just heard. Humans are the worst. That's cute.
Something feels different. I should look around.
Okay, my brain hurts. I put the wolf down and I put the hero down, and all of a sudden my brain broke.
What is this?
So seriously, what's different now?
Think, Saga. Yes. Ugh. Okay.
Okay. The FBC is researching how fiction affects reality, she says. Is that solved, so to speak?
Jesus.
What? What's different? Oh. Is the interior of the house entirely different? Did I miss something? I don't think there's anything different here. It looked like it at first, but... Come on. I'm so confused, but it's okay. Oh, okay. I guess I can't go up. I cannot believe how far off the path I am. This is wild. Like, did I explore it yet? Did I pass? All right, one moment. We gotta mentally regroup for a moment. Just a little bit of mental regrouping is needed.
Nah.
Almost. How about the mother crow sits in her nest protecting her babies? Gotcha.
I have a weird feeling something's changed.
Get my dolls back. What's different now? This is not immediately obvious, like the game thinks it is. Are they disappearing off the map as I solve them? They are. How interesting. Oh, shit. I can hear people walking around. Never a good look. Never a good look to see random people walking around in your shadow. 1 bird for light, 2 for darkness, 3 birds for a fight, 4 is a struggle, 5 birds for injury, 6 for misery, 7 for the ending, whatever it may be.
Makes sense.
1 bird for light. I still have no idea what it is I'm actually doing here.
A charm. Cute. It'll go great on the bracelet Logan made for me. Huh. That was strange. Gotta keep an eye out for more of these rhymes.
Is that what happens? I'm so beyond confused. Okay. You know, moving around in this isn't difficult, but maybe if I don't move, they won't see me. Although I should be appearing bright as day to them right now.
actual murder! Pay card!
Oh boy. If there's any design choice that occasionally irks me, it's the fact that the left side is the map and the right side is the happy place button, which can be very confusing in the moment. Oh, just a moment.
Plastic damn mask!
Time to tie up loose ends on the caseboard.
We've reached the car, Anderson. How's it going down there?
I think I'm done here. I'll meet you at the parking lot.
Weren't the two guys working on this thing up here earlier? Wow, she was really dedicated there to like locking herself in. Oops.
Ready to go?
I'm not gonna lie. I spent an absurd amount of time in this forest doing that weird, dumb side quest. It's actually astounding the amount of time I spent out in this forest doing all this crazy stuff. It's kind of nuts. I mean, shout outs to us, but still.
Mr. Wake, we're taking you back to our field office in Bright Falls. You can freshen up there, and then we'll talk properly.
Hey, Mom. Before you say anything, I'm totally fine. Don't freak out. Dad shouldn't have even texted you.
Logan? No one texted me. What's going on?
I'm totally fine. I slipped, that's all. God, it's not the end of the world.
Put your father on the phone.
Okay. Dad, it's Mom.
Don't worry, hon. Logan slipped in the shower and bumped her head. She has a slight concussion, but I'm keeping an eye on her. Lucky I heard her fall. She could have drowned.
Jesus, David.
Yeah, that's a takeaway.
Why didn't you call?
I tried. It didn't go through. She's fine, really. But what about you? You sound stressed.
No, it's, just weird case, that's all.
Well, if you need a hint, my years of board game victories tell me Colonel Mustard did it.
Wow, how long have you been playing Clue? Oh, no. How long have you been playing Clue?
Love you too, honey. Want to say bye to Logan?
Just tell her I love her. Bye for now.
I'm so mad. I was gonna wear a shirt that was that color today too. I settled on this very milquetoast sweater, but I was gonna wear a white checkered shirt today, and
You've been gone a long time.
I decided against it.
No.
I'm so mad. I have that exact shirt.
It'll comfort me.
I'm wearing it tomorrow.
Okay, let's talk about something else. Robert Nightingale. Do you know him? You were both here in 2010.
The Dark Presence got him back then.
Mm.
That's the last time I saw him. 13 years. Oh, fuck me.
Tell us about the pages. You had what looks like a title page with you. Return. Is this the name of the story on these pages? The writer's name has been scratched out pretty violently, but your name can still be made out underneath.
Scratched out. Yeah. Scratch.
Did you write these pages, Mr. Wake?
I'm trying to remember. It's a crazy jumble, like a nightmare. It doesn't make sense.
Alan is in such a state. This is so weird. He's so completely broken down in this game.
I remember.
All right, Alan, talk to me. Please tell me we're going to be playing as Alan.
Thank you. Welcome. We have a great show for you here tonight. Alan Wake is here.
Ooh, we're Alan.
One of my all-time favorite writers and guests on the show. He's here to talk about his latest book. Oh! And as usual, our house band, Old Gods of Asgard, is here. Take it away, you crazy
The Old Guards of Asgard. There we go.
With no memory of how I'd gotten there. It was out of control. I didn't need another mugshot in the fucking tabloids. Had I already done the show? Was that a recording?
Hard boiled, not just eggs. The hard boiled diet. You know what's blowing my mind? Something tells me that TV show is not...
I felt a strange...
Yeah, that TV show is not going to keep going until I go over to the TV and hit X, is it? This presentation is off the charts. I can't. Oh my god, look at Alan. Seriously. Why is he on his Jake Gyllenhaal-ish right now? He looks like Nightcrawler. Alright, let's see. And now we're back in live action. How am I? I'm enjoying the heck out of this. This is so surreal and interesting.
Oh man, it is so good to see you, Alan. This must be an exciting time for you. Tell me, does it ever get old?
So does what get old?
Publishing a new book. Are you okay there, my friend? You look like you've been cooped up in the writer's room for a few too many years.
Yeah, kind of.
This is exactly how I feel.
You know, I've waited so long to get my hands on the sequel to Departure. You left us on quite the cliffhanger. We've all been dying to know what "it's not a lake, it's an ocean" really means.
You and me both.
Well, our wait is over. Your new book.
He's such a great interviewee, isn't he?
What?
That's exactly what every reader will be asking. This book is mind-bending. It's so cerebral. I mean, how would you describe it? An auto-fictional thought experiment? A horror story? A postmodern detective story?
Wait. This isn't right. I haven't written anything.
He's so humble.
Okay. You got me. Good prank, very funny. But yeah, sad to say, I've not written this. I'd remember if I'd written a book, right?
Or maybe it was written by your evil double.
Yeah, see, like, that's not a joke to him.
Spot on! Playing the role here. Pretending the world of the book overlaps our own.
No, that actually happened to him. But
the story of a fictional writer named Alan Wake, who is trapped in a nightmare, desperately trying to find the manuscript of the novel he has forgotten he has written. The book is set in New York, but it might not be New York at all. He is tormented by his dark doppelganger and guided by visions of a fictional detective he has written. That's right. Alex Casey is in this book as well.
I guess we'll just keep doing this the whole show. The joke's on me.
But isn't that what you sign up for with autofiction? No, but seriously, I found the structure of the reality you build in the book fascinating.
I'm fascinated.
The Matrix. I mean, the writer is physically in his writer's room.
Yeah.
And he projects himself out to this dark dream of New York through the story he is
Yes. Being
like astral projection. Did I get that right?
Being fed ideas that he doesn't know that will come into fruition after he creates them.
Taking notes here. This is great stuff.
Sam Lake is a darn genius.
Are we all in your story?
I need to shake Sam Lake's hand. I don't know how he wrote this. This is insane.
No, I wish you every success with your new book, Alan. I hope it's as successful as your best-selling...
We're like 4 hours into this, and already my mind is blown.
Initiation hits the shelves tomorrow.
Like, I want to read that book.
All be eagerly awaiting the culmination of this hero's journey trilogy of yours. A book called Return, perhaps.
Ooh.
Yeah, thank you for one of the strangest interviews of my entire career, Alan. All this talk of meta-narratives. I'm expecting to disappear once this scene ends.
That was clean.
Hello?
That was a clean. That was wow.
I needed to get home to Alice.
To Alice? You mean your dead wife, Alice? See, man, this just goes to show you. Look at that. Late night talk shows are bullshit. That's not a real backdrop. I mean, my favorite late night talk show backdrop personally is Last Week Tonight with John Oliver. Because John Oliver just takes it to an extreme and just has like landmarks from all over the world behind him. He's got like the Eiffel Tower back there, King's Landing from Game of Thrones is hidden back there. The World Trade Center Tower, the Empire State Building, the Louvre. Like, there's just a bunch of random shit behind John Oliver, and it's all amazing. The Old Gods of Asgard. Some nice random trivia there. That band is made out of Remedy employees who write songs based on poems that Sam Lake has written. I can't stress how dope that is. I cannot stress how completely and utterly dope that is. That's so cool.
What the hell was that interview? Some kind of joke? Initiation?
Dude.
I never wrote a book called Initiation. This felt like a bad dream. Could make a good horror story.
A writer to the end, isn't he? This is what I'm saying. Like, how can he... That note is still rattling around in my head. Do I have access to the notes? No, I'm not the FBI person. His happy space is called the writer's room. Of course Alan goes to the bird leg cabin. In between with Mr. Door. Are you shaking? Are you shaking right now? He looks so familiar, doesn't he? I feel like I've seen him in something.
Old Gods of Asgard. That name sounded familiar.
$665. The neighbor of the beast. I want everyone to know that while you may think this is an innocuous and fairly clever little joke, it's actually a reference to Max Payne 1. Someone gives that to Max as like a door code, and that's exactly the joke that they crack to him. They're like, oh yeah, the door code is 665. And Max goes, 665. And the guy goes, yeah, get it? The neighbor of the beast. That's not only a clever joke, it's literally a Max Payne 1 reference. I love it. Remedy's callbacks are insane. These things just happen randomly. You know.
I was a mess. I'd never heard of this talk show or Mr. Door before. None of it felt right. Was I losing my mind?
Should we look into that?
I think I've been locked in. Anybody?
Fuck. Now I have to find the code myself. Great.
The neighbor, remember?
There was something here. A broken transmission I couldn't quite make out. What was that? A message? Impossible to say.
Ugh. Come on.
There was something in the studio with me. I had to get out.
Oh no. Alan!
This is the ritual to lead you on.
Holy hell.
Waking up from the nightmare, I felt like a drowning man gasping for air. This place felt familiar. A ghost of a memory surfaced.
It's the cabin.
About riding here for countless days.
It's the bird leg cabin from the original game. Can I look out the window and see the dock? Probably not. It's the bird nose cabin though. Notice that the windows look like little eyes.
A plot board for mapping out a story.
Oh, that's
on the
wild.
index cards, the nightmare that just happened to me. A summary of the story so far. But other notes as well. Warnings. I had written them. I couldn't remember what it all meant. The name Scratch filled me with dread. I could trust these words. I had to act on them. You must write to escape.
Oh, really? Well, you know, it's a little bit difficult. It's a little bit difficult to explain, and not for, honestly, not for lack of trying.
I had to write more.
Not for a lack of trying. I mean, really, this game's story is about a writer named Alan Wake who goes on vacation with his wife in this small Pacific Northwestern town called Bright Falls. Upon arriving, he encounters a strange dark presence that not only knocks him out, but also appears to take his wife and pull her into the water beneath the lake. He dives in after her, falls unconscious, wakes up in a crashed car without any sign of his wife or any idea what was going on. That's kind of the way the story begins. And the entire first game is him trying to find his wife. The entire first game really involves him trying to find his wife and trying to make his way through the city, which seems to have turned on him as a weird, evil, dark presence seems to be not only manipulating the landscape, but manipulating the people of the town, turning them into these empty shells that, want nothing more than to harm him. Throughout the course of the game, as he's running through the town trying to find his wife, he also notices these manuscript pages that begin popping up around the town. And somehow, some way, every manuscript page that he finds is part of this large, greater story that he himself is apparently writing. But on top of that, the things that he's writing are actually happening in real time. Yeah. So that's a weird cliff notes of what happens to Alan in the first game. Now, telling you what happened and how it ends is something else entirely. But this room is the room he was trapped in the first game when he was forced to write the manuscript.
Reality in this dark place.
Yes.
I'd use my writing to project myself out of this room, like a deep sea diver to go deeper and explore the depths of this prison for a way out. This room was my boat. Writing was my lifeline. I would start again at the talk show.
No, I think...
Thank you. Oh, you're too kind. Welcome back. We have a great show for you here tonight. A real treat for all you Alex Casey fans out there. Alex Casey himself is here tonight. That's right. Sam Lake, ladies and gentlemen.
Sam Lake, oh my god. Okay, that's meta.
And of course we have
that's meta.
best-selling writer, books.
Nah, man, that's meta.
Let's do this.
Sam Lake is on tonight's show. Sam Lake is the actual writer of this game. And he's the facial model for Max Payne in the original. Gotta love it. He still looks like him too. If he makes a Max Payne face, I'm gonna scream. If Sam Lake makes a Max Payne face on this show, I'm going to get up and leave the room. I swear. My soul won't be able to handle that level of meta. But is the game still him trying to find his wife? No. You kind of find out what happened to her throughout the duration of Alan Wake. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you have a PS Plus, but I think Alan Wake Remastered was the PS Plus game for November. If you've never played it, it's a fantastic game with an amazing convoluted story. I can't believe we have to go in there. We have to go in there and watch it. I have to see Sam Lake.
Welcome back to the show. So, Alan, as the creator of the character, how do you feel about...
There he is.
Sorry, what?
He is such a weird interviewee.
An awkward question with the man sitting right next to you, but I mean, how do you feel about him in the role of Casey? Does he look the part to you?
He's doing the.
He looks exactly like I always imagined Casey to be. It's uncanny.
Thank you. That means so much to
Doing
me.
the.
I'm a huge fan of your books.
So, what's the problem, Alan? Because on more than one occasion, you voiced your reservations about the adaptations.
Okay, I didn't scream too loud.
They're their own thing. They've gone with choices that are different from mine. I feel protective about my stories, and these adaptations... I don't know. I guess I just wish I could have been more involved in making them.
Well, in that case, you won't have seen this either. We have a clip from the new film, Murder Case Casey. Should we roll it, or do you want to say something first, Sam?
Nah, just roll it.
What?
This city was an old scar that refused to heal. The rain made it.
It sounds like Max Payne.
But there was only the night. I was tired. Insomnia covered me like a plastic film. I was watching the world through a rain-slick window. My own reflection haunting the view.
Okay, it's actually Max Payne.
Down a missing writer. My only clue was a table lamp shaped like an angel. The only thing to shed light on this sordid mystery.
Loving this delivery.
That's great. Murder Case Casey. Great job, Sam. Very exciting and very meta. I'm looking forward to seeing more.
He's doing it again!
Wait, stop. What was that about a writer? About a lamp?
I tell you, man, 21 years later and Sam Lake can still make that face. 21 years later and Sam Lake is still making that face. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Wow. I'm sorry but wow. Like, just the very act of watching this is as much fun as playing it. And these talk show sections are so meta. I just... Oh, look, it's Marks. I'm trying to enjoy these cutscenes on so many different levels at the same time because they can be appreciated on so many different levels at the same time. I wish they weren't so brief. You know, I think I might have been spoiled by Quantum Break. As CW level as those episodes in between the levels were, I found them to be oddly enjoyable. I don't know, man. When Remedy locks into a genre of storytelling, they really know how to embody it. And their production values have only gotten better over the... It's insane just how much... Wow, yeah. I gotta play Control. I gotta re-beat Alan Wake 1 so that I really remember all of the nuances of this story. And I've really gotta play Control since this game is making such implicit references to it that I am now convinced there is a Remedy cinematic universe and Alan Wake and Control are a part of it. Hell, probably Quantum Break too. They're all just orbiting in the same sphere. Five, 6, 5. Let's remember that. For every few good reflections, there's one weird-looking warped one, I tell you. We pay attention to our hints here. It's a little less novel the second time around, isn't it?
Hello?
Anybody else hearing that?
Ah, Lorraine! There you are, Tom.
Tom?
Oh, not so much evil that not a bit of good as well. Not one without the other.
Tom? Like Thomas Zane?
Good to see you.
My name's not Tom, fam.
Hey, I can't seem to find my way out of here. Can you point me to the exit?
No totta helvetissä. Of course, Tom. The work will instruct its maker. I was gonna get something from the basement for you, but you can get it yourself now. The more cooks, the worse the soup.
What do you want me to get from the basement? And my name's Alan, not Tom.
Ja, mutta katsoppa, a man, but a man with a tool makes two, Tom. Eikö niin? And a man with a tool can build his own exit. It's in a shoebox, in the basement where you left it. Safe as in the Lord's purse. Here's the key.
He was really just ice grilling me for a good second there, like. I'm sorry.
I've been trying to find a way to escape the dark place. Any suggestions?
He who mouths about his troubles is the prisoner of his troubles. It's not easy to get out. But don't you worry, Tom. The home is still there where the heart is. I often think about it when I mop the floor and look into the puddle. Water is the memory of the world. Water finds its way.
Actually pretty deep.
Have we met before? Are you trapped in the dark place too?
You remember Ahti, the janitor. You can't be lost if you don't worry about where you are headed. So don't worry, Tom. The sun will shine even into a heap of twigs. Just remember to turn on the lights. It won't take long when you get to work.
The janitor was a bit out there, but still a friendly face. I had to trust the basement would get me out of here.
Dang it. It's not good. I can't believe his... Oh, I mean, I can believe it, but his mental space is actually the freaking cabin.
I couldn't leave.
Oh, no. See, behind all the glitz, all the glam, all the wonderful set dressing of your favorite TV shows, this is actually what everything looks like backstage. Oh, crud, I passed by here. Whoops. I came into the hallway the other way. It's a bit much, Alan, but it's okay. We still love you. hell is that? A deer head? Is this where they build the deer for Deer Fest? Hmm? I don't think that's a turnable thing. Either that or I'm pressing the wrong... bollocks. Hold on.
No, my analog stick covers now.
An old lamp in a shoebox. Was this what the janitor had left for me?
Wow.
The lamp felt significant. A tool for bringing light to the darkness.
Yep, he said it. He really gave me a light.
I felt a magnetic pull between the lamp and the light overhead. Whoa!
Are you kidding me?
Into my lamp. The whole room changed. Like something in a dream. Opening a way forward. The lamp was humming. The bulb glowed.
It's actually bananas.
It held the light now.
Wow.
I felt another surge from the lamp. I could use it again. The glow in the lamp went out, shifting the light in the room.
Whoa.
The light carved out something new from the darkness.
It's actually insane. It seems like a lot of power. back here?
I needed to find another way out.
Okay. Interesting. Somebody get this man a flashlight, please. Back at the deer head again. This puzzle is bending my brain, but Oh, hold on. Like, Alan, I don't want to do it, but we may have to leave you, Bubala. Hold on. We may have to leave you, Bubala.
place wants to drown me. I'm losing myself. I have to fight it. I have to remember the clicker, the light switch. I lost it, but I have the lamp now. The lamp the switch was cut from. This place is a nightmare.
Truly.
Not real, and yet more real than anything. The danger and the horror real. It feeds off my mind, twisting whatever it takes into psychotic reality. I'm trapped here. I write to escape. I've tried this many times, written countless stories, forgotten how many. I keep failing, but I must keep trying. I use the story to dive deeper. Every word I write is a step forward on this spiral in the darkness. I dive to the bottom to find the answer, the map, and the key, and the compass. It's combined to form a door leading out. But how do you open a door that's not a door? At the bottom of an ocean that's not an ocean, and a lake that's not a lake.
I mean, wow, where do you go from there? You know what? I think it's been quite a night. And I think on that note, I think this is where we're going to end Alan Wake 2. You know, there were a number of tweets that went out around the time this game released from a lot of my favorite YouTubers. Dom's Playing, The Sphere Hunter, Tony Polanco, Yahtzee Croshaw. There were a lot of people who tweeted about this game, talking about how baffling it was, how confusing the plot was, and yet how much they didn't care because everything they were experiencing was so unique and so interesting. I've got to say, wow, I really like the mechanics between the two characters and the way they interplay off of each other. Alan's whole interplay with the light and the darkness, so much so that he has a light that acts like a conduit, is so interesting. I think Saga is a very interesting protagonist, even though, given the storytelling of the game, I think it's a little bit odd that Alan Wake has been, I don't want to say reduced to a side character in his own story, but as far as the narrative goes, so far he's very much playing a supporting role, and the game has only just started to dive back into his story about 2 or 3 hours in. But that having been said, his portion of the game is shaping up to be just as compelling as Saga's, and I can't wait to see what happens on the next episode. I hope that you'll be back to join us for the next one. This was very interesting, very unique. Yeah. This is a very effective, very atmospheric survival horror experience. I think Remedy actually nailed it this time, at least as far as tone and atmosphere. This is survival horror through and through. Whether you're fighting these demonic presences or the dark presences in the swamp with Saga, or, you know, sneaking your way through the light, to challenging the very nature of reality itself with Alan's gameplay, there's a lot to latch onto here. And again, I've really got to step my game up and refresh my memory about the first Alan Wake, because the number of callbacks and meta jokes and meta references and just fourth wall breaking moments, it's astronomical, and there's so much of it to appreciate if you've taken the time. And I'm going to prove that. I'm going to prove that right by taking the time. So, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Shout outs to everybody that showed up. Yo, seriously, tonight, y'all were really out here. Shout outs to Rican TV, the man himself, and my co-op partner. More Dead Space 3 on Wednesday. Shout out to Nambiri. Shout out to DW Sunshine with the lurk. Shout out to Aratus7, the Bloodborne master himself. Shout out to the stupid seal. One of my favorite YouTube community members. Also, shout outs to the ones that didn't show. Shout outs to September. Shout outs to everybody. With that having been said, I will be back tomorrow, hopefully on time, hopefully on this same channel, hopefully well rested. But until then, and until we can continue this crazy story with Alan Wake, this has been Expert Penguin on the Expert Playlist. Alan Wake 2. Good night to all of you. Goodbye.